Why, hello there. A little dark. It may continue to be that way for a little bit. We'll see. See how things go. But yeah. I should fix that lighting. Hang on one sec. Let me fix the lighting. I think that's going to be the best combination. We'll go with that for now. Okie dokie. Let's make sure everything else is happy here. Including that. Seems to be okay. This seems happy. Are you happy? Everything started here. Okay, you have freaked out. There we go. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okie dokie. So, let's go ahead and do that. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? We're going to need to start the database for testing eventually. So let's just go ahead and do that now. Start you up. Cool. Okay, we got a couple changes sitting in here that looks about like what I remember. Okay. The thing we were working on is we're getting info back to the alive state and making decisions on that. And we had a blocker here, or not a blocker, but a wrinkle, where we need a better way to determine if anything is found by the searching, because success here isn't really doing any work. We've been kind of just scaffolding in success as a concept without really consuming it. But here, we were thinking that it'd be good to be able to set that success here. Because we're switching on type, it's a room data, okay, that's fine. Let's reacquaint ourselves with exactly the problem we were getting into here. So we're doing searching. We're assuming this is a room. Our get room data only returns room data if we actually find things. Right now we're just basing it on result data because we only get exits that are new. Which we're determining by whether or not we actually had to do a skill check to spot them this time, or if we already knew about them, we don't add them, right? But that's going to be fragile in the future because we may not be searching for an exit. We may be searching for something else, like a hidden item. And that's going to have to be handled differently. In our world manager where we do it, or no, sorry, that's gonna be in game map where we actually do the searching, and it's actually gonna be tile because it lives on the tile. In our get room data, we have this. So we only set descriptions if it's a look or a quick look. Anything else will be a no description, which is good still. We don't set a description string for room searches. I guess connection spot CDs would give you the spotted exits. This just returns room data, which doesn't have any notion of success or failure. Nor should it really, right? We could return a bool here, but then we've got looking going through here too. And looking room data. Because all of this is lovely and generic to the point where we just say, okay, well, we got one of these three things. Let the tile figure out what its results are. Put them in here for me. We notify occupants that they did that thing, and then we go with it, right? So that's lovely. Big fan of that. But got going on here. A chat box is acting up. Hang on, let's close it. Pop it back out. Everything's broken today, apparently. Okay, that's fine. That's fun. Twitch has been kind of just broken lately. Okay, so. Success is just getting universally set to true here. So if we're gonna handle that, this we need to also guard behind whether or not we're doing a search. So if it's a search event and this, which we're going to replace, then we don't find anything interesting here. Maybe. Let me double check here again. So it's a search event. It's handled. If the source is me, And if it's a room data, that's a room look. My result success is being set to true. Your search reveals wham. And here is where we need to switch on the success of the return, the event we get fed in. So it'd be more like we should have you stored. Oh, we don't. Oh, wait, no. Because we got nested switches here. So yeah, you're just E. Okay. So this should be if E success, right? Else we just write the string that it feeds us. Except for this is an interface. It's D. Oh, wait, no. Because it's a string in that case, so we fall into here. So maybe we're okay. If it's a room data, then we have something. So what am I worried about in here? I'm worried about this switch right here, basically. Because we don't know what parts of this room data have been populated. Okay. Let's throw a bool at it. That's okay. And then I guess here we can do. You have to fix everywhere that calls this, but it's okay. I think that's only going to be in World Manager right now and tests. We can put that in here. We don't really need to assign it. And I guess here, we'll need to do it later, but for right now, we can just say and I guess we probably need I guess we can just do that like this. It'd be alright. Hey mate, I have the difficult decision to choose which language to pursue in my job. I'm thinking Go or C#. Any argument about which or how to choose would be amazing things in advance. Pursue in your job. Which, like, you have the choice to join two different teams that work in different languages? Like, in general, right? Language doesn't matter. Knowing how to code matters, right? You can get familiarity with a language pretty quick when you know how to code. and it's not going to be that big of a deal. So like, it's not really a decision. You can learn multiple languages and be proficient and productive in them. Language to pursue in your job. So like, if you have two different teams that you can join, and they work in different languages, pick the team you like the most, right? Like the ones you want to work with, or the project that's more interesting. I agree. I'm working on European research projects, so projects change every now and then, so I can choose the stack because I make those. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah. I mean, so if you want to complete a project on your own that is, for your resume or for your CV, then you got to consider where do you want to go, right? And your local job market. So I've heard that in Germany, for example, there's a lot of C#, right? So do you want to work for those kind of big businessy companies? Then having C# on your resume might help. Like, and otherwise, I don't know what your local job market is, so that's kind of a thing that you have to look at. I'm from Greece. It's the same. Okay, yeah. So that might factor into your decision. If you want to be able to say, hey, look, I have these GitHub things I made and this project I made that's in C#, and kind of try to get through the ignorant recruiter filter, then that's a good angle to approach from. Okay, so right now, that is a true, but also, it's just, I don't know how to choose, man. Like, I love low-level, simple shit coming from C. Yeah. C# is more marketable. Go seems like the vibe, right? I mean, that also, like, so if you're trying to do projects to get a job, right? But if you hate the language, it's going to be harder to finish the project. And sometimes you just don't vibe with a language. That's fine, right? But also, if you hate that language, do you want to get a job writing it 8 hours a day? Do you want to actually work for those companies, right? So, like, that factors in too. But also, it's really not. I mean, like I said, I learned Flutter and Dart on stream in like a week, and I was probably relatively proficient in it in like 3 weeks, right? Enough to get what I wanted done. So like, it's not. The only people that really care about language are idiots and recruiters, which are often the same thing, because they don't know what we do, right? So like, if you show, like, if I was interviewing somebody and they're like, hey, so I've done a bunch of stuff, but I haven't worked in Go. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's look at your stuff, right? I can read most code, even if I'm not super familiar with the language. So like, to me, it's more important that somebody has things that they've done that they can talk about, because that's going to give us it's going to give us something to talk about, and me a way to kind of like gauge where you are in your understanding of things, so like, to me, it doesn't matter at all. I've talked to people, and I've literally had people say, well, we're really looking for somebody with, X amount of years in Go. And I'm like, okay, cool. That has no bearing on anything. And obviously I didn't get that job, and I didn't want that job. They've actually contacted me again, and I'm like, no. I already talked to you, and it was a terrible experience, and I don't want to work for that guy. Yeah. So like, I don't think you should let it bother you too terribly much. I think you should just make some stuff, and like later, if you have to make something in C sharp because you're finding that it's a blocker, then just make something in C sharp, right? Like there's always stuff you could build. The right match is so important for both. Yeah. And especially right now with the way the job market is, employers are really, really forgetting, because they have the luxury of being able to forget, that it is a two-way street, right? Where, I mean, I'm considering pursuing a career change and looking for a job in the USA, so I'm thinking which is better choice for that. I don't know how things is there at the moment. It's been like 4 years since I've had a good job, and it's been like a year and a half since I've had a developer job. So they are direly awful right now, basically, is how they are here at the moment. We're losing jobs. Oracle just did layoffs. You know, we've had multiple rounds of Meta and Google and Microsoft and everybody doing layoffs. Amazon. Yeah, it's very bad here. Got it, I'm fucked. Yeah. Yeah, we all are right now, basically. Um yeah, and I mean the in general, right? It also still depends on where you want to work here. I see a lot of stuff for TypeScript because people have somehow managed to convince management that Node is a viable backend for things. Um, which is mind-boggling to me, but whatever. So you see a lot of that. You still see a lot of C sharp. Yeah, I see some Go, but not a massive amount. Right now it's just really, really bad and slim pickings. Um, I still see Java. I see mobile stuff. See a lot more C sharp than really anything else, but I also mostly look at the back end stuff because I'm a back end guy. So, um, yeah, hard call. Java is cancer. I mean, I don't love it, but it does the job, you know. Ever want to go into that? I'm back in as well. Yeah. So C sharp is Microsoft Java, right? So, and I've worked in it, and it's okay. Done a little bit in it. Um, it's not my favorite by any means, that's for sure. But yeah, I also see a fair amount of Python Django stuff. More and more though, I'm seeing full stack positions, I think. I guess I haven't been keeping a super close eye on it because every time I look, it's like, oh, yep, everything still sucks, so I move on to other things. Um, but I feel like I still see a fair amount of Python stuff. Um, there's more opportunity if you are willing to touch AI junk or to work for AI wrappers. Um, that's kind of the only stuff that's really seeing any real growth right now, just because people are shoveling money into the furnace. So there's that as a thought. There's also like you're from Greece, so you know visas are involved. That's kind of a hot topic currently. I did a project with Django. It's goaded to build something fast, but I love strongly typed compiled languages. Yeah, me too. I've done a lot of work in Python. I much prefer Go. I fucking hate AI. Yeah, me too. I think its visa is going to be a big issue. Yeah, because there's the 100K fee now was added. Um, I've heard anecdotally that it's stopping some of the visa stuff, but like we don't have enough jobs anyway, so like you know, people are offshoring stuff still. So I don't think I've heard of anybody offshoring to Greece heavily. Usually it's India, Philippines, Manila. Can't think of any other names off the top of my head. Um, so yeah, that's going to make it more difficult to try to get it. And also, everybody's going back, RTO, return to office. Everybody's on that kick because they have the power and they have the job market is bad enough that they get to say, well, you come into the office or we'll just find somebody else, because the pickings are abundant, you know. But I'm hopeful that changes soon. There's been a lot of, they're calling it AI washing, where they're saying, oh yeah, AI is replacing all these people, and then it doesn't, because it doesn't, and then they got to hire people back again, or they're just doing cutbacks because they're running out of money because people aren't buying stuff, and they're saying it's AI, because that sounds better, right? Practically, I've got to be goaded to get a job in the USA, I guess. Yeah, kind of, sorta. Goaded or like cheap as dirt, right? That's kind of what's at the center of the whole visa debate, right? Is that there's the companies say this is talent you can't find anywhere else, and everybody who's actually worked in the industry says, no, we have lots of people that can write a CRUD app. These guys are just willing to work for very little, live on very little in, bunkhouses, and save up, because, $100 to them is a month's wages or whatever. So it's wage suppression, essentially. So like, if you're willing to live in that environment and deal with that, then maybe you have a leg up. I'm not using so much AI in order to be better at problem solving, so I'm rare when nobody really knows how to code, because yeah, I don't use AI at all. I absolutely despise the hype circle, the cycle, I guess. And I don't let clankers write my code or steal my joy. Same thing, you know? So, in the meantime, I just kind of, I'm waiting and trying to survive, float through until they eventually go, yeah, we need people that know how to unfuck all of this mess. I've heard some companies make it mandatory to use an X amount of tokens. Yeah, I've heard. Hey, thanks for follow. Appreciate that. I've heard. I've had people say similar things. I hit somebody up on social media. They posted, "Hey, we're looking for this role," and I'm like, "Cool. Tell me more about it." And they're like, "We have an AI use mandate." I'm like, "That's nope, not for me. Thanks. Have a nice day." Thanks for your time, super helpful. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. I can tell you what I know about the U.S. market. That's about it. But such is the way. Yeah, thank you. Next, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, I need a beverage. I'll be right back. My coffee was broken. There we go. Yeah, I had another. I hit somebody up in the Gophers Slack. They had posted a job. I'm like, "What role does AI play in your development process?" And they hit me back with the we're using modern development methods and tools. I'm like, cool, you're a slop shop, have a nice day. Absolutely insane. Excited for the dumpster fire to come. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so if exits are greater than 0 or the event type is not equal to a search event. For now, that'll be okay. In the future, it might be problematic if we have different type of events coming in here. But maybe not. We'll see. So we return that and then our success. And we can figure out from there what we want to do when we add more events there, if we add more events. We'll do this. And then this can be, if it's a search event and success, or not success rather, then we say, you didn't find anything here. Otherwise, we put the room data in there and we send it back to you. That's going to break a couple things, but that's all right. We can go fix them here. And we can actually do that in our... This is actually going to be a fatal error if we get it. And it's not going to be formatted. We're just going to say, failure getting room look data from test tile. I guess we'll be fine. And it's probably going to be the same up here. Yeah. Just like so. We're also going to have, this is going to be in the same package. The tile test. This is the world manager test, but tile test, we want to make sure that these guys also check. It's actually just room data, I should say. Oop, forgot to turn that off. Is it telling me that my connection's a little spotty today? Oh, no. We can turn you to vibrate. There we go. Okay, so, and then you, same critter. The game map test. Same deal. And I think that is hopefully everywhere we use that. We'll go change the error string on the other one really quick, just so it's more correct / helpful to us. It's in here. And here. No, it wasn't here. This is just other stuff we fixed in this pass here to get everything straightened out. Flow notifications, yes, okay. Okay. Let's make sure really quick that these guys still pass. And this will run game map and tile because they're in the same package. We're missing right here. Like so. Same deal. Oh, no, this is in the move itself. Ah, okay. This we need to be careful about. We return an error from here. We can just do that and say unable to get room data from tile. This, and we'll do destination tile. Hi, you're lagging a bit. Yeah, my internet connection's a little spotty today. It's unfortunately just going to be that way today. And this, place character at point. This also returns an error, right? Yes. So we can do the same thing. Not that one, though. We want to do our nicely formatted error here. And then this one is target tile. Like so. There we go. Okay. Now let's give this a go. Map tile, except for you guys have... Oh! We need to throw a location on that, not just the tile. Duh. We're just going to print out the coordinates in cases of errors so that we have a place to start looking. Alrighty. You timed out. You moved to the east. So it didn't get its second. Didn't get its free quick look, basically. Error moving character. This is recovery, that makes sense. Okay, let's take a look here. So we got you moved to the east. And we're expecting 2 mess back, right? We didn't get a fatal error in the test. I don't know why my connection has suddenly become worse. Wake up, internet. Double check here, make sure. I don't see any new issues cropping up. Statistics. No. Just see little bitty interruptions. But that's probably enough to make it a little jank. Yeah. Anywho. We'll take a look here at So we got you moved to the east. Yeah, we're missing our second. So we need to go into game map. We do correctly call move on you. We leave the tile, we enter the tile. Look result. I bet you that's it right there, because we're moving. Okay, so hang on. We're in the process of moving the look result out. And making it all a room event. So we actually need to go back to this test and make sure these are passing first. Once these start passing, then we can address the other ones. Not long enough, no second element. So when we search for hidden exits, this is supposed to... This is supposed to be greater than 1. Because that's still character 1 results. Sorry, my badge is passing through the Earth's orbit. My fat at is blocking the signal. See, there's the problem. Why you gotta do me like that, Marco? How's it going today? Description is missing from the quick look data. Hidden exits failure to spot. That is not the correct error message here. God, you searched the area carefully. Yes, okay, because we should now have our correct stuff. But this should be failure to find hidden things message missing from results. And then this should be able to come back now. So we see our search the area carefully, hopefully. This needs to be a 1. This needs to be a 1. This should be a 1. That's all character 1. Actually, let's change this. First character. One for second notification incorrect. Let's do that. This just needs to be first character, first notification incorrect. Okay, and then we want to make sure no errors. We need to expect 2 messages from you. And hopefully we'll find them. Search the, okay, yes. We need to fix that because we've broken them apart. We don't have this all in the same message anymore, which is more consistent with the way the rest of our events flow. Search reveals nothing of interest. Got, you don't find anything interesting here. Did I change that? In here, you don't find anything interesting here. Where was the... Where did this used to come from? I like this string better. So we'll do that for now. Okay. Wanted 1, got 2. That's not correct. Why didn't that fail before? Or was it a different test and I'm just losing my mind? Also possible. Okay. Expect to... All right, well, we fixed it. Running again to make sure. Okay, now we can turn, now that we know that this is working correctly, we can turn our attention back to the tile tests where we did break things because we put them into different places. So, move to the east. And when we move, look result, because we're trying to get rid of look result, we need to do here. Oh, hang on. 1 sec. Yes. This is a quick look that's private because it's free as you walk in. It doesn't show you the you as looking around. It only goes to you. That's still fine. This is now a room event, though. The source is still you. QL data is our room data. I want to double check here. We want to send back basically the same deal. Collapsed you for some reason. So source is still that. We need to send back the type. This is just a quick look event. We fired it off manually, or automatically rather. Success needs to be okay, and we're going to rename that just because it'll be clearer, and I'm going to not refactor because I don't want it to rename the other things, which it may or may not try to do. And then we'll correct the spelling here so that it'll actually work, you know. Our target is nil. Data is the quick look data. That should be fine. Boy, that's a heck of a name. Thanks. I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. Okay. That should be coming back correctly now. Wrong tile recovery also fires off a automatic quick look that we need to fix up. This is now a room event. Source is still us. We need to set the type so that it knows where to route things. And we're going to do the same thing here. And then data is still quick look data. That should be fine. Okay. And now, in Alive, we need to make sure. So we switch on the type here. Look event is going to go away. Before I do that, though, let's go ahead and make sure that everything is passing. We might still have things that need to be changed. We got test occupant. Mock character's not implement. Oh, yeah. We need to go fix him up. Playing game state test. It's in our client handler. It's in here because I've got so many things open right now. Let's tidy up a little bit. That can go away. Unfortunately, a lot of these are kind of in progress. I think these can go away, though. Okay. So, mock character, in order to implement this, build exit. Oh, because you got moved. You got moved into Alive? Yes. Okay, that's fine. We'll move you in a second. All of these building the exit text stuff need to get moved over to where they got moved to, which is in the Alive state. Build room, look message, quick look here. So we need look at source game object and string. We need to accept in our look at the game object. And it doesn't matter for our implementation that it's going to be ignored. We just need to be able to actually return it. Okie dokie. And this all is actually going to go I think all of this is actually going to get moved into the Alive test here. Which we don't have yet. You don't belong in there, you belong here. And I should just go Alive test. Okay. Everything except for the imports, actually, and all that stuff up there. Y'all can come in here. Like so. Get deleted from there. Okay. Make sure these run, and they do. Perfect. We're going to delete it for now. We may have other things in there that we're going to want to test. But we can just add it back if we do need to. That's not a problem. Okay, now. Let's run this again. Okay, good. Perfect. So everything's passing. we should now be able to see, search room event. All the results live over there. Look event. When we set these up, hello to you as well. Handle event, the event, or not that, look event, look at, here we go. Event, we make a look event. So these should all just be the triggering actions now. And all of the results have been moved out of this look event and the quick look event and all that. So if it's me, then I go ahead and do that. This doesn't account for looking at yourself. Will it be in the correct order? Should be, because we send out the notification, the room event, and we put it here. So it should be fine. And we should have testing around that. That'd be in character test. No. It'd be in the world manager because that's where we resolve. Search character, look at character. Yeah, okay. So we've got testing around this. We don't include ourselves. Let's do that. And it's going to look a lot like this. We can still set up our guys. That's fine. We don't need a third guy for this. One extra observer will be quite sufficient. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of this. And then we can also get rid of this. This guy it's a look at. As opposed to a quick look. So it's going to be this one. And we should also add tests for the quick look. Do that here in a second. So we get that. We should still see our own description. That's fine for now. This guy should see looks themselves over. Which we haven't handled. Quick look versus look, which is probably fine, actually. We just want to get it set up so that you can see what's happening in the room. So, what we got here? Okay, so we don't handle that correctly. Oh, because Duh. I guess we can do... We could do that. And it doesn't really need room here. You can look at stuff by ID. Okay. Oh, I changed the name, duh. Okay. Valid type UUID for look event must be a list of strings. Did I put it in command parser? Did I put it into a string? When I do look at parse look command, regardless of that, if I'm looking at me, then yeah, okay, so it's just the ID string. So we string this, and we need this to be like this. Easy enough to remedy. Okay, perfect. We could also do one by tags. Down here, we'll just do the tags here. Yeah. Make sure we resolve all of that stuff correctly. Okay, I think we can commit this now. I think I'm okay with it. We'll add searching ourselves here in a minute, but we got a bunch of stuff already. Arguably, I should have added those tests separately anyway. But that's fine. So we're going to commit this and say move to all look results being room events instead. This will make all the events flow in the same manner, i.e. trigger event, room event, data only to character if applicable. Add the ability for get room data to also return a Boolean to indicate if it was a success or not. Fix all the broken tests. Ooh, also, before I do that, I want to say move the string building for room info into the alive state along with those tests. Fix all the broken tests. There we go. We're going to push that up. Groovy. I probably should have broken it up more, but that's okay. It was a bunch of kind of interconnected work. Let's do this really quick while we're here and thinking about it. So right now we're not distinguishing between... Well, we are in the return. Let's do a quick look at self by ID, because we're just doing a look in the other one. Look event. versus quick look event. This needs to be, this is still you look yourself over. No, it's not. You glance at yourself. I'm okay with this still being that for now. And why am I doing this? Because eventually we may wish to return different data depending on what kind of look you do. Like if you just quick look yourself, you might get just your generic description or something, or your equipment or something like that. Whereas a look might give you more like status effects or something. Okay. But for now, I'm still okay with that, just saying to the other occupants that they looked themselves over. We'll also do the same for quick look itself by tags. Like so. And you glance at yourself. Okay, perfect. Love it. What else do we need to handle here? Oh, we need to quick look at room. Did I do anything different for this? That includes the description if you do a full look. So we should do a copy of this. And we can do a quick look at character in room. That's fine. What's going on here? This is a little too mellow. Let's do that. So we're still going to do that stuff with 3 dudes because we want to see the result from the guy doing the look, the result from the guy being looked at, and the result from another guy that's just seeing it happen. So we want to be all of this. Okay, so character 1 is the dude doing the looking. We want you look at... Yep, we didn't make any difference there. For now, that's fine. Well, let's not. Let's do... How do I want to do this? You look at target name, you get data. When I do in the world manager, when I resolve this looking at business here, I'm going to send you... I'm going to send you this, but also I'm going to do a look at on the character. I don't discriminate or differentiate here either. So that's going to be a problemo. If we're saying that a quick look event resolves differently, and look at only builds a look event, I would have to either put it in here, which would be fine, I think. Except for I don't have, okay, yeah, I don't have the actual event here. Nice, a mud engine go sounds awesome. I used to develop for muds back in the day, ran a few of them as well. Awesome. It's been fun so far. That's true. So I've got a thing here. Get name right now is actually the thing using the quick look event. And we did that just kind of as a placeholder. I think I'm going to leave that the way it is for now. That's going to be like more of a game design decision as to what we want to, how do we want to return this stuff, right? What's the difference between these things? We've got it scaffolded in, like all the machinery needed is in place. So I'm actually going to delete that. If we have to add another function to the interface, we certainly can, and then we can just wire that up. We may leave it the same as well. I'm not sure exactly. But let's just leave it. So here, we've only changed the World Manager test. We're going to add that. Add testing for quick looking at yourself as well. That's fine. We also are going to want to no, I just had it and then I lost it. I got sidetracked by committing. There's something else we need to take a quick peek at. Oh, it's been in the back of my mind for like the whole time here. That's going to drive me insane. I'm sure it'll come back to me. Okay. That's going to be that. So now we can search rooms. And we have the machinery in place to search a character. Right now it just tells us that they wouldn't appreciate that. I think we're pretty good. Let's, in order to make this easier to test, let's go ahead and go and run our editor, and we're going to change our gem just a little bit. Because we have this hidden room here, but let's go ahead you're going to be the one that's hard to spot the entrance to. South, reception 15. Cool. Let's go ahead and put a room here as well. This room is guarded by a perception check that's very easy to pass. let's do entrance. Exit is not. Just so that we can orient ourselves when we're testing. We can start here, I guess. Ordinary hall with no door. This is, so northeast. A door out that is quite obvious now that you're inside. And then this guy is a hastily concealed door. Almost anyone could spot this. And we'll still do perception, but it'll just be a 1. Oops, I changed the wrong... Oh, I did this wrong. That's fine. Okay, so this is northeast. I don't want northeast, actually. This is northwest. This should be exit back out of the room. Very obvious now that you have entered. Southeast is the one that should have been guarded. Here we go. I forgot it was going to add to all of them, and I don't want a southwest. There we go. Ooh, I broke things. Okay, I found a bug. Cool, 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 cool. See, southeast to 2-2. That should be good. Northwest 1-1. That should be good. It's because these guys are being deleted. Okay. So, I bet. Let's just get out of there. These are all empty now. And that's going to error too? Yeah. Okay. Nice editor. Is that the tool you would expect world builders to use to build out the world, or is that just for test? Both, really. But yes, yeah, it's the editor for whoever's building the map. And I found a bug, so let's make a bug. We actually have a couple bugs in here, in one. Let's make a bug. So, when drag dropping, actually I want to double check. So that would be a valid connection. Like you could connect them. It's just we didn't. So there's only 2, not 3, I think. When drag dropping a template, if you subsequently delete the connection before creating it, we get error is thrown. I'm just going to do that and then come in here. I'm going to copy pasta. Exception caught by gesture. Okay, just wanted to make sure there was nothing, no passwords copy pasted in there. Okay, so that's fine. That should give me enough to track it down. There was also a bug editor map. If you drag drop. Well, no, they do get created temporarily. That is a true fact. Even if you lose focus and change your edit, that's okay. I'm okay with them existing in there at that point. They're empty connections. Ooh. In fact, we already created them. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's right. When we place a tile, we create empty placeholder connections that you could fill in. Otherwise, how would you do it? You could drag and drop like we tried to. This needs to be fixed. We have an empty helper to determine if these connections are empty or not. We can just use that. So actually, I guess it's only one bug. It's just that you can't delete these guys. That's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix our deal here. I'd also like to add... I thought we did... Oh, we only did it in templates. Our use default here. Gotcha, okay. I don't need you. Let's go ahead and just add that as an item here. Editor map. Support using default enter exit messages in the connection form as well. There we go. We can address that as we have time. All right. For now, we'll cheat. Just drag you in here from the northwest to the southeast. Yes. All right. And this is a hastily or poorly concealed exit that anyone should be able to spot. And this, we go to perception. It's a 1. And then we need to go back to the northwest. So right here. And then we can say an exit that is even more obvious from behind, from within the hidden room. There. Okay, so we have that. This guy is the south, a higher one. We should be able now to launch this. Let's grab you. It's going to close my editor. I didn't think about that. That's okay. Client. We will need you. To run you, we need to also track down. We broke the status effects, I think, or attributes. No? Or populating status effects. Yeah. Okay. So we need to track that down at some point. Maybe that'll be our next deal. Let me actually... Nope, already added that. Okay, perfect. It's on my list. All right, so we're running the server. Status effects won't work, but that's fine. We don't have anything for them just yet. Let's run a client. You... Oh, crap, we didn't save. Damn it. Forgot to save the map. And then we just yeeted the editor with killing the process here. I'm an idiot. App editor. Jim. A poorly concealed room. We're not sure why anyone would have attempted to hide it. That'll be fine. Alright, then our connections here. So the northwest one is the apparent one from the inside. An exit back out. That's even more apparent now that you're inside the room. And then our southeast is the poorly concealed version. An extremely poorly concealed door. Almost anyone should be able to see this. Now we apply, and now we save the changes. There we go. And we won't kill it anymore. Just go back here. Then I will need to relaunch the server. Client should still be fine. Log into our foo man. Okay, so we need to go south and then east. So we see southeast because we made the check already on our... Ooh. I think we automatically made that skill check. Oh, no. I just forgot. I forgot to actually set it, didn't I? Yeah. Perception, 1, apply, save the changes. There we go. Restart you so that you get that, because hot load isn't in yet. Now, I go south and the east, then I see northeast and west. That's correct. These are both hidden, so I see northeast, west. And then if I was to do a quick look, I don't see anything else. If I do a look, I take a good look around. I should also update this description. That's just for orienting yourself within the room. And if I do a search the area carefully, your search reveals an extremely poorly concealed door. Almost anyone should be able to see this. Now, I can see an exit to the southeast. That needs to be fixed up to indicate which exit it is, but I can now look around inside of here. And I can see one exit back to the northwest. Life is good. Let's get the heck out of here. You over here. So where do I want to put this? I guess it could just be... When we do our looking, we build our exit stuff. Build exit text. That's going to prepend with this. exit direction string. We also want it to be verbose, though. Could do... Like, I could do another helper. I don't want to, though. And I also don't want to call this. So I think I might just... I might just put it up here. I'm quite happy to have those for the looking and the whatnots, but... this is a... Like, we could pull this out into a search printer or something. It's going to be different in general. Yeah. So... I'm still happy to have these guys on a new line. But I'm going to say... Well... This. And I can't remember if write string appends a new line. So we might not even need to get this fancy with it. We're going to write direction. The string version of it. And this could actually be our root. But this also wants to be similar to our verbose, I think. Because we spit out a description. Maybe we'll pull this down to the... Okay, yeah, we use write string here too, so we should be fine. This shouldn't append a new line. Yeah, let's do a... Well, no. Because if I say a formerly hidden exit, whatever, to the south, or where southeast, then it's going to spit out the text you put in here as well. So it'll be like a formerly concealed exit to the southeast. And extremely, that'd be redundant and awful. I think I'm just gonna append the to the southeast, the direction. Your search reveals to the wherever colon the description new line. That's what I'm gonna go with. I think that'll be all right. Okay. Our client, we logged you out, right? Yep, we did. So we can get away with just quickly restarting our server here. come in here, southeast, search to the southeast. I forgot a space. That's why I wrote a string down there. That'll be right. And then if I was to search again, I would see nothing of interest, as expected. You didn't find anything else. It didn't re-trigger that search. It's on a timer. Okay. Let's also go ahead and get ourselves a new client friend. We can use you, I suppose. A second copy here, and I believe we have our other friend already in the database. Let's find out though. I don't. Okay. Create him a new character. Okay, and if he goes and joins our friend here, we see Fu Man here. Probably not appreciated if you rummage through their pockets. Yes, and we see that happen here. If we quick look him, you look at Fu. Ooh, we need to fix that up. I also see look at instead of glance at, which is probably fine. Maybe. Searches the area carefully. He finds the door as well. He studies the area carefully. He glances around the area. Okay, perfect. So we got a couple. I saw another string there that has a missing space. When he left, that is in not search event, move notification. Leaves and enters, but that's not true. That comes from the spawn, which is in not spawn, the despawn from remove character from map. We give you remove occupant from target tile. Despawn event is a move notification, and it's the despawn message. We notify occupants. Okay, so that should come into here as a move notification. Ah, it's because it's neither of these. We can just write a space rune here and then take it out of there. That'll fix that up. The other one was in the look. Looks over at you. You look at Those are fine. Let's go. Here you are. We won't... Oh yeah, we should restart the server. Because we'll make sure that exit message got cleaned up. Let's go here. Restart. We should see him. We should also see this guy spawn. Appears in a poof of smoke. Perfect. Okay, that one's correct. It was quick look. Yeah, you look at Fu Man. Okay. So that fired, and we just didn't get... Looks over at you. You look at target name. And if it's a string, we just switched on that. Which it should be. Should be a string that comes back. So, how do we want this to look? In other cases, we've just appended a new line, right? I guess it'd only be the room. Allergies drive me crazy today. Search very carefully. Yeah, we've just appended new lines. Okay, that's fine. We can keep up that pattern. I don't see a reason not to. So, down here, these are one-liners. That's fine. The wrong events. There we go. You glance at yourself. You look yourself over. These should have new lines always, because we're going to spit out some data after it. You look at the name. We write the string. It's actually just going to be a rune new line. Because here, okay, so the first time it comes through, it has no data. It's just an event. So we looked at something. We looked at the target name. And then if it comes back with the data, this is not going to be correct. That's why we're getting this twice. This needs to go in the default. Let's go ahead slowly fades out of existence, so we fixed that. That's good. Let's restart the server now. There we go. Let's type the right thing. Here we go. So, quick look. Looks over at you. You look at Fu Man. Fu Man, a hearty adventure. I should probably say UC. And I get 2. It's because we do a new line whenever we get a message. Let's do that. And then here, we'll do that. And then here we can do let's do this. You this. Right string glance. If it's a look, just make this the default for now. So it defaults to look. It's a quick event, we do glance. Right string at the name. And then we can also do this. We're leaving it alone if they're looking at themselves. We could also switch here when we get this. We can write a space here to prepend it. It's a quick look. Right string glances. The default is looks, and then it's over at, and then whoever. I know we said we were going to leave it. I'm just it's I want to make it nicer. And then the same for this. If it's a quick look event, write the string glances. We're going to do the same thing here. Write a space rune. Default. Write string looks, and then over at you. It's so minor to make it nicer, right? I don't think that should have broken any tests. Let's make sure. It might actually will have. Because we do have some tests. Yeah. That are string. Which is fragile and kind of bad, but you know, such is the way it be. A normal east. Hey, thanks for follow. Appreciate that. And later when we pull out the strings into some kind of a file, which is something I do want to probably do eventually, we can make these tests better. But for now, this is World Manager status effects, right? World Manager test. Test search room hidden exits. Test search room hidden exits. This needs to be fixed up right here. We should... we can set up a list here and then target. I didn't have a target. I don't. Okay. That's fine. I don't really need one except for this. Tile at. Feed at the coordinate 0, 0. That's where they live. Oh, but I can't. That's why I did this. Right. That's why I did it this way. We're just gonna go with it. It sucks, but it'll be fine for now. This one was south, and that was the last one. Yeah. Okay. And then what else are you... Is anything else in here broken? No. Okay, perfect. Let's double check. That was a failure. Is that the only one? Let's find out. Yes. Okay, perfect. Let's go ahead and restart the server. Ooh, did I log out? I didn't. Which means I'm going to be stuck in here right now, so we'll just have to go ahead and close ya. Close ya. There we go. Here we go. There we go. You and you. All right. Log you in. Log you in. I look at Fu Man. I see. Fu Man, a hardy adventurer. Okay. And looks over at you. If I quick look him, then I glance over at you. That's all good. I don't have a third character, and I probably should. Except for this search didn't pick up that it was targeted. So we got to handle that as a thing, as a concept. Let's go ahead. And launch a third client here. So that we can... We need to create him. He won't exist. Actually, let's do Baz. He's easier to spell. Need to set those guys to not selectable. Okay, and now if I try to search bar, attempts to search bar man, cool. Attempts to rummage through your pockets, reach back way quickly. Probably not appreciated if you rummage through their pockets. So this works out. We just need to output something better to the client trying to perform the search. Basically. This is when we get the search event directly, not a room event, but an event. Room event, search event. You search the area carefully. We should have here, if target is nil. And actually, we might want to do... we might want to switch here instead, so that we can expand this later. So we set target like so. The default will be this, right? If it's a game object, though... oops. Forgot to do that. There we go. We'll say... get name from my point of view. And we'll say, you attempt to search target name. There we go. That'll be better. Let's restart the server. And meow. Get him logged in. Like so. You attempt to search Fu Man. And I guess we should probably fire up that third client just to be sure. Just going to smack my mouse. It's fine. It's good for it. Builds character. Let's get you launched. You logged in. Attempts to search. You attempts to rummage through your pockets. Yeah, I like that. Good enough for now. Some of that will have, game design implications as to how do we want to handle this sort of circumstance. But we've got the machinery in place to handle it in this way or a different way, which I'm very, very pleased with. Let's go ahead and stop all of that. I believe I should be done with this for now. And let's do this in a little bit tidier way. I should have done this earlier, but that's fine. Update gym map to have one difficult and one easy hidden exit. And then the rest of this stuff, let's just summarize it up nicely. We better give better feedback for looking and searching. That's what it is. Give better feedback to all parties when looking, searching. All right, we can push that up. That, I think, is the end of this refactor. No, I lied. Look result should be out of here now. It's only used here. What shell do I use? This is Kitty. I just use Bash shell, but this is the terminal emulator is Kitty. I'm not sure that I love it yet. I might go figure out how to get Alacrity themed to match, and then see if I like that better. I don't particularly like the attitude of the guy who wrote Kitty. Whenever I run into issues with it, like running, I had some issues in Tmux. Turned out to be my own problem, but the answer from him was like, don't use Tmux, use Kitty. I'm like, Whereas, so the only thing that stops me is tabs. But if I lean on Tmux to do tabs or new windows, right? Because I could do a new tab here as well in Kitty, but not in Alacrity, whose opinion is that you should use something like Tmux to do multiple windows or, tabs. I don't know. One of the things I've lost in updating to Cosmic is my lovely Yakuake or Quake drop-down terminal, and I miss that a lot. Which is kind of where I got into the habit of using tabs, because it just felt more natural there. So I'm kind of like in between everything at the moment. Hopefully somebody will make a drop down for Cosmic. People have asked for it already. Lots of people love that. It's too opinionated. Kind of. It would be like, it would also be different though if he was like, I don't test with Tmux, I don't use Tmux, your results may vary, right? That would be one thing, and I'd be like, well, that's kind of annoying, but okay, whatever. It's more the attitude of, don't use it. This thing that everybody in the world has been using for decades. Use this thing instead. And that's like the end of it. There's no like, here's how you replicate these things. Like, how do I split the screen in Kitty? I don't know. You know? And it wasn't like right there to say, hey, I don't test with it. I implemented this myself already in this thing. Here's how you do it in this thing. It's less that it's opinionated and more that it's hostile to my workflow. I react poorly to that. I have the same problem whenever you are looking for how to do a thing in NeoVim, right? You always wind up on Reddit. A good example. How do I do tabs in NeoVim, right? This is kind of like my workflow. I have tabs open. When they get too chaotic, I close some, right? But like I fly around a lot. You wind up on Reddit, and there's somebody there going, you need to train yourself to think in the NeoVim way. Fuck you. I want my workflow. And if the answer is that NeoVim doesn't do that, it does not work that way fundamentally. Okay, that's annoying, but it's not, you need to train yourself, you know? Don't use Go, use Rust type of guy. No, well, I mean, kind of, not really. It's more of a, so you run into this in all nerd fields, right? Where people think that they become evangelists. Bunch of nerds, right? They become evangelists for their thing. And like, I get that you like your thing. That's cool. But they become evangelists of that thing to the exclusion of all other things. And the derision of, well, you don't use my distro, so you should just do that, is not helpful, doesn't answer any questions, and puts people off of whatever thing is, right? And I hate it. As a Linux user for like 5 years now, I fucking hate Linux evangelists. Like, you know, if somebody's like, my Windows game is broken, and they're like, well, you should use Linux. Fuck off. That's not what they asked for. Like, if they're asking you, hey, I want to try distros, and you recommend your thing, that's one thing. But like, if they're like, hey, I'm on Ubuntu and I'm having this problem, you should use Arch, is not helpful to anybody. And I hate it. Now, you can say, hey, this is an old libraries issue. If you switch to a rolling release distro, you might not have these problems. That's also different, right? But also, that's not super helpful either. Like, they have a problem now they're trying to fix. Unless there's no possible way to fix it with the thing they already have, then that's not a very helpful answer, you know? And you should probably just shut the hell up. But they should use Linux, definitely, especially Arch Linux. I mean, no, they should use whatever they want to use, right? But NixOS is the solution. I mean, see, that's another good example. There's always that guy who's like, NixOS fixes this. I'm like, okay, well, that's great. And if I really want to commit to that learning curve, then sure, that might solve my problem. But I don't want to spend my weekend trying to get a NixOS system stood up and working. I want to do a thing now, today, you know? Like, I reject the tribalism and the whenever I smell that sort of smug derision, I respond poorly. But I use Arch, by the way. I use Arch too. That's the one distro I have stuck with the longest. This box is Pop because it came on the laptop. And I'm like, it's fine. Maybe forcing myself to use GNOME for a while, because that's what it used to be based on, will be beneficial because I've never understood GNOME. I don't understand its philosophy is similar, right? Where it's like, this is how you should use a computer. And if you don't like this, you're stupid, you know? Whereas something like Plasma is more like, configure it the way you want it. Like, there's lots of options. And then Hyperland is like, there's some text files, figure it out, you know? But like, GNOME is great. Yeah, see, I've never understood. Like, GNOME frustrates me. But it never got to the point where after acclimating myself to the Linux environment, it never got to the point where I just gave up and threw it away. I use NixOS and GNOME. It keeps me focused. Things just works. And I mean, yeah, that's great if that works for you, right? You should keep doing that. Personally, I've never, like, they're go download a third party, maybe not maintained thing in the third party, maybe not maintained plugin thing in GNOME tweaks. Go download a tweak just to do some basic fucking thing, like, drives me insane. But like, like I said, I've been using Pop on this machine for a while now, and it never frustrated me to the point where I just reinstalled it. It's fine. It's fine. You know, if I had to recommend and when I do recommend a distro to a new user who comes to me and says, "Hey, I want to get into Linux. What should I do?" I tell them, okay, cool. There's a couple options, right? If you want just an easy onboarding, Pop! OS is a great choice. If you want to learn things the hard way, Arch is a great choice, right? There's going to be a much steeper learning curve, but you get to tweak things the way you want them to. And you have the rolling release benefits of your libraries are up to date. Pop! OS, easier. You may have outdated stuff, the same way Ubuntu does, right? Because it's Ubuntu based. Decide with that what you will, you know? It's because it's meant to be uniform and standardized can be a bit limiting. Yeah, and like, Mac is standardized and uniform, and so is Windows these days. Like, I don't want that. It's my fucking computer. I want it to do the thing I want. And I don't want to spend 45 minutes downloading crap that you know are the same. It's the same exact problem all over again that Python has, where you need all of these packages that are maintained by some guy in Nebraska. You know, it's the XKCD meme to make your damn computer usable. Usable in the way you want, I should say. GNOME is for people who like GNOME. Like, it's perfect for people who like GNOME. Me spending 6 months racing my Hyperland setup, yeah. Yeah, no. But that's a different thing too. Like, if you want to spend, if your hobby is racing, then do it. Go for it, you know? I like an aesthetically pleasing environment to work in just because that feels nice. I don't want to spend 6 months doing it. I got an 8 terabyte SSD NVMe, so I got a dual boot Windows for going to my old files and Arch for work, project, etc. It's my primary OS for now. Sometimes I switch to Win for games, you know. Yeah, I haven't owned a Windows computer in probably 5 years. Before that, no. Yeah, no. Before that, it's been at least 2 or 3. When the only Windows computer I had was a work computer because they wouldn't give me anything else. Well, they offered me a Mac, and I was like, no, I don't want that either. All right. I think this is done. Is there anything else? Oh, yeah. We need to commit that I cleaned up. Just that, yeah. There shouldn't be anything that was using that. We should have seen more usages, but let's just make sure. Yes, life is good. Let's also actually we'll add this and then remove look result, no longer used. Oop. We'll make sure that we didn't include. Hey, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. How's things going? We'll run the tests one more time with the race flag. We'll make sure we didn't add any additional races. We shouldn't have. We're pretty careful about it, I think, but that's why we test. How's all the everything, Mr. Kedu? What were you up to today? It goes, running out of brain cells for code. How goes you? Yeah, I know that feeling. Going pretty good. I think we're finished with this big refactor to get everything working on the same one singular event system, which is very nice. Ooh, we do have. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Why didn't that? Am I losing my mind? Oh, there was a failure, and I just totally got distracted. Jeez. Working on my 3D game that's in a 2D framework. Excellent. How's that going? Okay, yeah, so I got squirreled here. We did change that message, and it's in our... where are you? Test search character. Test search character in world manager, yeah. You only need a way bar and way paper and Rofi. That's all really. I mean, that's super not true. Like, different people are going to want different things, right? Also, I enjoyed learning Git. Learning Git is good. Learning Git is very helpful. Search character. You, right here. It's going super well. I just keep doing dumb stuff and writing unmaintainable and immutable functions. So that's Sun. Thanks past me. Yeah, that'll happen. That's like the past couple days. Well, technically like week. I had like 3 different. That's fun. Ah, yes, that makes more sense. I had like 3 different event systems, and that's what, kind of, it just grew up that way based on my initial architecture that was flawed. So I had to go untangle all that mess. It's so much better now, though, so I'm happy with that. Okay, so this is you attempt to search Baz Quacks. Instead of you search the area carefully, which is correct. But this should actually be a sprintf here. This will be our target character. This should actually be test character 2 tags here. tags. Excellent. Custom engine? Yes. All custom. That's kind of what started the project. Is it sounded like fun to build the engine. Get name test char. There we go. This should now work. Yes, perfect. Excellent. And now let's run our tests again, just without raise, to make sure we pass. I should read the output this time. There we go. That's better. And now we can race test it. See if we catch anything. Shouldn't, but we'll be sure. Yeah, perfect. This update test with the new output expected for searching another character. Okay. I think noise, same really, though. What started as a custom engine is being promoted to custom language. So I'm working in Love 2D while I design the language. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm resisting that urge still. Seems to be a thing going around, though. I saw on, I'm pretty sure it was on YouTube. Hang on, let's go see. Let's go find out. Open you. And I think it was Size channel. I missed his stream. Yeah. So I guess he's back to streaming a little bit now. And he's got his latest two are writing parser for custom language. So he has fallen to that trap as well. Seems to be going around. I called it good at a command parser. Which is kind of like, a half step to a language. I'm ready to write Rust too. Well, I think you have to become a streamer if you decide to do that, Marco. Okay. So, we are ready, or at least as ready as I care to be currently, to merge this. I'm pretty sure. Pull you out. We will do a PR. I mean, I have some moderately novel memory management and package management ideas. I want what is effectively a compile time garbage collector. Interesting. Okay. Looks good to me. I wrote it all. Merge. Conform. Delete this branch. Good to go. All right. Let's get set up here. And check out main. Paul. Delete this branch locally. There we go. Now, what is next on the to-do list here? We got some bugs to fix. We should probably do them. This has been done. Let's fix the status effects first. Config file load issue here, wherever that happens to be. And figure out from there. We'll probably stop and fix the editor too, just to stay on top of our bugs. But we'll see how long it takes us to track this down. We'll make ourselves a branch. Status, let's see, fix, status, effect, loading. Oh my gosh, I cannot type today. Or ever, usually. Okay, here we go. Branch created. Let's take a peek at what is happening here in our load. World Manager new. World Manager loads the status effects, if I'm not mistaken. Config, map config. Oh, no. It'd be Game Manager that loads them, I think. Character Manager config, message broker. That still goes in there. Config directory. Is it Game Manager or Character Manager? What attributes? Load skill. So it is Character Manager. Okay. So we load attributes. Config directory, config attribute, config file name. So when we launch this, loading attributes, server config attributes JSON. Oh, it's not in the file. Okay, yes. That's right, I remember this vaguely now. Right here. Error populating status effects map. UUID character attribute must be a modifiable. So that it scrolled on me. This comes from populating status effects map. It's just from mud server. That's why I want to put sources in here. Error loading attributes. That's skills. I need loading attributes from file. Attributes loaded. Wait, successfully. It's we get through here. Error populating status effects map. So they do load. It's to effect map here. Returns it, load status effects from the mod map. Okay. Attributes any, but this is not correct. Oh no, it calls back to config manager. Yes, it does. Okay. Because the config manager needs to pull you out. Oh, right, because these are attributes, not the effects. That, okay. Hi there, Mr. Mongoose. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. How are you today? Having fun? Always. I'm doing pretty good. We got just finished up with the getting all the events unified. Hey, look, it's a follower goal too. Love it. Yeah, so everything runs on the same events now, the same event system. The different types of events are more unified now. So room events are room eventy, and then we handle the other types of events directly by the character. So like a look at and stuff like that. Woo, right? And then so notifications basically run through room events now, as opposed to trying to send a room look data out and all this other stuff. Like we fire off a notification for the events, and then the character that did the thing gets a second event with the results. It figures out how to display them. Much happier. Okay, so we go into, yes, okay. So we load status effects in the config manager. That's going to give us here a list of status effect. And then we go through here. And this guy, because you returned that, and we need to make you a modifiable. But this is supposed to be, this is the config's understanding of a status effect, which is why we convert here. And then this map is our problem. Cool sounds easier to manage. Yeah. It's good to have everything, kind of behave the same, I think. Keeps things kind of organized to where the touch points are. So here we go through, we make you, this is the problem. And I don't think I can do that. Attribute map. Are you also streamed to YouTube? Yes, I am. Thinking about adding other things, but I don't know. I would have to pay for Restream to do that. And I don't love Restream that much. Invalid attribute map type provided. Valid attributes are, oh, okay. Oh. This is where we're getting it. Loading skills. Yeah. Error populating status effects. Invalid attribute map type provided. This. It wouldn't be a config manager attribute though, would it? Character manager, valid attributes is a character attribute. And that is going to be a problem. That's why we're using modifiable here, because it's an interface that this satisfies. I like Restream. Honestly, my YouTube is just for archival stuff. So yeah, I mean, I actually have more viewers over there on a pretty regular basis. So it started that way. But YouTube's discoverability, I think, is better than Twitch, which is craziness, but so it be. I definitely have more followers on YouTube. I think I just hit 170 on Twitch, and I've got like 400 on YouTube. Which is crazy town and awesome. Some people just have platform preferences as well, so like it's fine, you know. I thought about using there's like a chat bridge that Restream provides, but their chat often like disconnects quietly and doesn't tell me I've got messages. And also I've been in streams where they do that bridge and it looks like a bunch of bots basically because it comes in from Restream constantly, right? So I don't know. If it had a nicer display, I might be more into it. Okay, so it's because y'all come in as attributes. And I could reload attributes. Load status effects would give you the valid attributes. I guess. In our character manager, is there anything that really makes it useful to have this as an attribute in here? Probably, because characters are going to resolve on this. Interesting. My YouTube is like super dead. I think I've had one viewer ever. Wow. I'm about to hit affiliate here. I guess it just depends on which platform clicks first, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not monetized at all on YouTube yet, but like I'm actually pretty close. I think you need 500 for the first level. You need like 500 followers and there's a public watch time gate. I'm pretty close on as well. So I've been affiliate on YouTube, or not affiliate on Twitch for almost a year. But YouTube is a little slower in that regard. And it might be better if I was to make more YouTube videos, but do I want to make things or do I want to make videos is kind of my hang up. I know that you need to do more hashtags on YouTube. That helps your discoverability a bit. Where's my camera blurry? Let's fix that really quick. So like that's the other thing I don't really love about Restream is that they want to like do one description for all. And I think my YouTube title game for lives should be a little stronger. But adding hashtags helped it. You can go to here. Discard that. There we go. So they're kind of different creatures. And I don't claim to have the code cracked at all. And it changes a lot. Like earlier on, I used to get a lot more people that said, like, oh, you were on my recommended page. What is this? I still get them sometimes, but not as much now. So like it really just changes and fluctuates a lot. All right. And, you know, maybe I should be making more thumbnails of, you know. Content versus game creation is a big thing too. Like I want to dev, not make videos. Yeah. Like I did a tutorial series and people like it a lot. It was a lot of work, which is fine. It was kind of fun to do, but like to write an end-to-end tutorial, the code, then go break it into like steps and sections, which did not work out well. Like my sections got totally messed up from what the plan was, just because it took longer than I expected to do some things. But to break it up into digestible chunks and then record clean audio and like steps, right? And then go edit it. It took like an hour per minute of finished video to go fix everything up and get it all, you know, cut out the pauses where I was looking at my notes to make sure I typed the right step next. So it was a huge time sink. But people really like it, and I'm so glad that they do. So it's just time intensive, and that's the only reason I haven't made more. And I still get, I mean, we can go, let's see here. If I go look at my analytics, let's see, there's nothing, yeah, there's nothing secret on here. Like, it still features in, like, pretty prominently in the past 30 days, like, with what's driving views. Retention isn't super high, but that makes sense. It's not for everybody. You know, they want something else, maybe. That's fine. But, like, it's certainly getting attention, you know. 2,000 views total, 100 hours of watch time. It's not bad. It is a lot of work to make videos, yeah. Even my gameplay stuff was way too much work for me, and that was literally just touching up audio and cutting in the intro. Yeah. It's definitely a thing. And like, if I was at the level where I could just, like, if it would pay for itself for me to have somebody edit for me, that would make it way more, not really appealing, but like manageable, I guess, to do. Which is probably why all the big names have editors, right? And that'd be tricky too, because you'd have to have an editor that was also like smart enough in not smart enough, but experienced enough in developing to understand the point you're trying to convey and to cut in correctly, you know. Things that I consider in the shower, you know. Okay, so either here we have to feed you stuff, or I have to sneeze, or we'd have to switch this to just be the interface here, because we can't circularly import. We know about the status effects package here, so we can't know about the character package here. I could pull attributes out of the character package. That would solve the problem, because then I could just take attributes. Do I want to? Do I gain anything by going away from a modifiable interface? I don't think I do, because you can modify attributes and skills both. That's why there's an interface there to begin with. What do you actually care about here in attributes? Attribute map. Attribute map. We're looking to make sure that this is a valid one, essentially. And the same is true for skills. So if we were to combine this into one in the character manager, that might be okay. the question becomes, modifiable. I don't really care about the key. So I can just get it out of the attribute. Or the skill. Valid attributes. Modifiable map at element UUID equals element. I can assign that way and then do the same through the skills. And do the same creature. And then in load status effects, I can do modifiables, which is a map, UUID, UUID, modifiable, right? And then I don't have to do this. And then this, we already used modifiable. Is equal to M. Then I can skip this to an existing modifiable. Modifiable's ID. Use that. This would go away completely then. And then I don't need you. That cleans that up a little bit. This I would have to be careful with. This I can fix here. Like so. But I have to do a checking here. To duplicate what I used to do in here, which was I logged a warning and I ignored the status. But I guess we can do precedence instead of ignoring. Here, if this is okay, we can log and warn and say skills map has other way around actually, attribute or modifiable map. Let's just do that. Modifiable map already has a modifiable with the ID of that. Modifiable, this will be skipped. We'll continue here so that we can say this ID and then this is element. I don't have a stringer. I can print that out. Maybe that's okay. Like, we shouldn't have that happen. We just want to be careful about it. Okay. So then we do the same. Well, we need to do the same thing here. Load status effects. So that we can pull this code up. Let's make it return an error. So here, this becomes character manager. This becomes character manager. This becomes character manager log. Like so. Ooh, we don't have... Oh yeah, we have status effects. Status effects, load status effects. That. This is our logger. We give it the map we just built. If error, actually we just return. Return that. Oh, dude. There we go. So now this can become load status effects. If error, then we do that. That's fine. Same happens up here. We don't have to repeat that. We still do that. But we also can just do this. Like so. And then this can be load status effects. That's already declared, so we just do that. There. That'll get us squared away for now, I believe. It is hot and muggy in here. Let me make sure I didn't just break a bunch of stuff really quick. Like in here, maybe. Seems okay, at least compilation-wise. Status effects right here. Everything should... Nope, not you. This... Valid modifiable map. Valid modifiable map. Valid modifiable map. Like so. Okay, let's see. We need to be server for that. Okay, all of our tests pass, and we should be able to run this and not see Loading attributes from file, loaded successfully. Skills from file, loaded successfully. Status effects, loading complete. We can probably make sure that that also indicates not just complete, but successful. Load status effects. I guess complete is technically more correct here. Because we don't handle errors in here. We return things. The only way we error is if we fail to load from the file. We just log stuff in here. And they're warnings, right? Yeah, we'll leave it. We'll leave it as it is. It would be nicer to... I guess we could just like colorize the output. That'd be better too. But for now, we'll leave it the way it be. Because that's the thing we need to set in the logger. And the others probably do indicate a success versus a completion. Yeah. It fix warning when loading status effects, indicating passed in incorrectly typed maps. Okie dokie. And we got a little bit of cleanup in there as well as part of that, which is great. Love that. So I think we're ready to merge this particular chunk as well. And I'll close this issue. Yeah, and then we'll dive into the editor stuff. But, like I said, it's getting hot and muggy in here. So I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, and open some windows and hope it's not too humid outside. It did rain this morning. But yeah, I'll be right back. Good time to stretch out. Alright. Jury's out on whether or not that's going to make things better or worse, but we're going to let it run for a second. I'm going to fan on as well. Hopefully it's not too noisy. Okay, yeah, we were going to mergify this here. That's squared away. Merge. Conform. Deleted. Okay. Put that. Excuse me. Go. And we'll dive into a little bit of dot. There we go. So we've got that. You. There you are. Check out main. Git pull. Delete. Not git branch. D. Fix status effect loading. Go. Check out the branch. We will name, what was the... Let's call you, fix editor deleting template. Add, deleting placeholder. Connections. Close enough. Like so. Okay. Let's close you. And get you fired up. And get you on editor. There we go. Okay. So let's make sure we don't have any stuff still running over there. We're done with those for a hot second. And we can run you here. It's going to be in we can load test map, that's fine. So we have to do this and then decide that we don't want northeast. And this needs to be a little bigger to be seeable. Okay, so we decided we don't want northeast. Delete that. It's gonna bulk puke in the deal here. Okay, makes sense to me. It gets flagged as deleted. Undo will still undo. That's fine. So it's gonna be in the click delete, I think. We'll have to probably check the state there, maybe? So in connection data form, but it won't be there. It'll be up at one level. In tile data? Yeah. Reset. Apply. Delete forever. On pressed. Map state. Delete selected tile. Okay. It won't be here though. That's the whole tile. It will be. Ooh, actually, hang on. That errors as well. Okay. So we got to fix it both places. Which means that it actually might be better to set it in map state. Delete selected tile over here. Versus over here, we just set you to deleted. But we won't know, actually. We won't know if that's valid or not at this level. We might have to go down into the map controller. Clear connection. Connection tile location. Parent tile. Clear connection. It might be better. Save tile changes. Clear connection. So here we know about this, but we don't know if that's just a thing in our memory or if it's a thing that's in the file that we're clearing. So it probably does make sense to be here. Get connection tile parent coordinate. You have no connection. Yeah. So it makes sense that you'd be nil. Does it matter? If we check null here. If we just say, if it's null, cool. Then you're not a real connection. Save tile changes. Connections. But also there's to think about here. If this is empty, but it won't be once we add default checkboxes to this, so that's a problem too. Yeah, there's really no way for us to tell from this level. So, if it has no parent tile, it just can't exist, basically. If it's not null, do these things. Otherwise, we don't. If a connection has no parent room location, may be a placeholder. No. Okay. Let's reset this. Put you in here, and then I say I don't want northeast. And then I apply, then it work. I get no errors. If I reset this, sure, and I come in here and do that, and then do that, and then come in here. These guys are still empty. Everything kind of just gets handled better. I want to be careful that I don't screw myself here. Con UUID is null, return null. Connection table at con UUID. Parent offset location. I think that's okay. Only remove connection data if it has a placeholder. I think that's okay. Room and tables. Yeah, I think it's okay. Let's our test coverage of this is a little because there's a lot of UI stuff here, but we could still give it a pass in the old Flutter test and make sure we didn't break anything with that. Our tests are mostly back-end. Yeah, I'll test pass. So that makes sense. Not really back-end, but dealing with the code that interacts with files and stuff is where most of our testing is for this. All right, so I think we'll be good with that for now. Git commit. And really, the essence of what we've just done is that we only clear tiles that have a resolvable parent. Only clear connection tiles that have a resolvable parent. They shouldn't be in the map if they don't have one. We'll call that good for now, until we find another reason why that's not a correct decision. I guess it wouldn't be another, but a reason. Okay, so I think we can actually go ahead and merge this as well. I think that's all we needed for the time being in that issue. Go, merge, confirm, delete. Okay. And then we can go in here. Make you a little bigger. Check out main, Paul, branch, -D. This one we just finished. Alright. That will take care of that. What's next on the old to-do list? Let's close that. Hopefully we're now back into a place where we can do some feature development. Unstow flow. Oh yeah. We want to get this figured out, I think, before we bring more maps into the mix. Let's do that next. So, create a branch, fix unstow flow. Let's make a character. Character unstow flow. Okay. I'm conflicted on my open Windows decision. I feel like it's getting muggier. But it is a little bit cooler. Maybe I should double down and open a couple more. Let me go do that. I'll be right back. There, let's give that a shot. Open it, turn on the dehumidifier, move the fan, fetched a beverage. Keep it reasonably comfortable in here. It's supposed to be kind of a rainy week, but it's still pretty warm as well. I'm not super loving it. It would be better if it was a cool and rainy week. Okay. So, let's change this up really quick. I think I've had enough. Enough of this. Let's do some of that. This guy, we're going to be done in the editor for a minute. Go back to GoLand for this server. Come on. It's you. Come over here. Here we go. Alright. Adjust that a little. So our stowing stuff. Let's also tidy up some of this stuff. We shouldn't need all of this. I was going to need that, but that's okay. Let's just start over with stuff being open. There we go. Okay, so we're going to need to check out... Character Manager is going to have some of this logic, and Character is going to have other bits and pieces, which is part of what we need to fix up. Character Manager and character itself. Here we go. We can do that. So, when we do our unstow, we change this up. So we get you out of the database and convert you. And we got to think about things use this to test. We also want to take a look at, well, I guess, Game Manager on spawn really just calls the World Manager because it's used by the client, which actually makes me wonder, do we still need that in the client handler? So right now it has a Game Manager property. But playing game state. Oh, actually, handle server update should have. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. It just forwards it on. That's fine. I'd be using here client game manager. Okay, yeah, we still call these helpers on it. That's fine. So log out and spawn. It's probably fine. Can I see the result? Yeah, we can see it before we break everything. As long as you don't start spamming stuff. We can run the server. We can run a client. We can log in and select a character, and we can look around. And we can go and search a room and see a hidden room. And that's about all you can do right now. It's still fine. To call these. Either I'd have to pass it Game Manager or I would have to pass it Character Manager directly. And I'm okay with it passing through Game Manager because Game Manager still has our login stuff. The account stuff lives in here still. It's kind of the gatekeeper for that, which is perfectly fine. I'd rather not pass the client handler multiple things. So that's good. Cool to see the prototype working. Yeah, I have I have mixed feelings about it. Like, on the one hand, it has potential. On the other, I see how far it is from a game, and it just makes me want to focus up, you know? Lock in, as the kids say. Yeah, I'm happy to have that in there still. Which means it still needs to be able to have the one, the spawn helper here, which is really just a pointer or a wrapper for this, which is fine. We break this up between login and spawn because the client needs to tell us that it's ready to spawn, basically, before we actually spawn them. We could change that, I suppose. But we don't have the ability to reconnect right now. It's on the to-do list to reassociate you with your character if you're still in the world. That's going to be part of this logic here. So for now, this is fine. It's really just creation in the character manager. That is kind of the sticking point where things get, not really creation, but spawning. Well, actually, okay. This only uses place character. It's unstow. Unstow is the trouble child here. It's still far away from a game, but confirms the basic logic makes sense. A step in the right direction. Yes. Yes. And unstow gets used in tests a lot, but Game Manager, so login unstows you. That makes sense, yes. Unstowing you, because this needs to either reassociate or unstow. Unstowing you pulls you out of the database, figures out what you need to be. This, they don't need a roller when they've been unstowed. So that's going to come out of there. We've already removed ooh, okay, except for this is not okay. Yeah. We've already moved the other things out of there. New character doesn't have it's not a method, it's just a function. Making it not a method makes it more usable in tests, which is good. I have place character in here. Maybe I just need a spawn character in here. And then this can wrap that. Oh, things get messed up, you can relog. Turn attributes character. Yeah. So... I mean, we could make new characters, just take way more arguments. I do just need a spawn, basically, here. Spawn character, takes a character as an argument, returns an error. This doesn't need to call on stow anymore. I want to get this out of here. Pretty sure. So... new simple roller. Die size. The manager... I want to get that out of there too, but for now... new applied statuses. And then... new state machine, new alive state for the character state. This to do still comes over here. We probably want to figure out how to do that. And now this can go away. That gets moved into here, which is better. Did we cause ourselves issues not having a roller? I wonder. Oh, you need to... this does not return an error because there's just no errors here. None of this returns. It's always non-nil. Okay. So, converted internal character. Cool, we've got a character object. We spawn you, and then this should also place... spawn character, not spawn character, it was over here. I would need my world manager. Ooh, I don't have my world manager though, do I? Because you're in a different... I have the message broker in my channel. Yeah, that's a thing, huh? That's going to be a problem. And because this guy knows about Character Manager, we can't circularly import. So maybe this just lives in here. And that's just the way it's gotta be. Converted. How do we handle NPCs in that case? They would have to be in the same... Well, not necessarily. They have to be a character. So maybe it makes sense to put them in the same thing. Because the world manager spawning, placing them at a point really only cares about having a character pointer. That's still fine. It's really just the testing that's hard. I guess maybe it makes more sense to do something like this. I mean, not prepare, but... maybe it's initialize character. So you give me a character, and maybe it's public, so that if we have to mock you, we can create, based on a config, this. So we take a character, we don't mess with anything except for this stuff. So that returns converted only. It just converts the fields. And then C in this case was that. Oh, this is can we get rid of these now? Yeah, this does have to be down there because we pull out IDs basically. And we need to convert them. We look in our valid attributes for that ID. We sanity check the starting score. Be like, hey, just a warning that gets logged if it doesn't. If it's lower though. Otherwise, it doesn't exist anymore in config. And then we convert them over and put them in there. So this kind of gotta be that way. At least we've gotten them out of the on stow or on unstow. So that simplifies things. This guy goes there, goes there. So I don't know how I want to do this because this new, it's helpful, but it sets things that are going to be overridden immediately if you initialize it. I mean, maybe it's okay. When we create character here, we call create character. Set those as defaults. We can't do that unless we have a pointer to the character manager. So we could put this in our init. That valid attributes, valid skills. Except that can't be done in initialize. we have to do that in the conversion process. So it already has to have them. So that's a problem. We got to do it on the new stuff. We don't need this. We do need that. We use our new character. This needs to be initialized. And we got to do that. We set that for... We should probably do that first. Then we convert you to internal, put you in the database. As long as everything's good, we return it. Turn the ID. So do we get anything? We don't get anything from calling this at all. Because we're just going to immediately convert you, create the container, and be done. Or create the character in the database, rather, and be done. So that doesn't gain us anything, really, so let's not do it. Unstow will, though. Character MB message broker. That can actually go in initialize. Like so. So we convert you and then initialize character char. And we add you to active, return it. At least that way, we have the ability to create a character manager in a test and initialize it, or to create an NPC and then initialize it. State is going to be a problem for NPCs because we're going to want to create that a little differently. But if we do it all in the same package, we should be okay. And because we want the NPCs to be a character object still, I think we're okay. I think we're in the clear there. I think it does want to be in the same package. We can put it in a different file for visual organization, basically. Yeah, I don't see a reason why that wouldn't be fine. So I think that cleans up... Well, I know that cleans up this part where it was being initialized and stuff. Load skills is still over here. Can we get rid of that? We have load skills in 2 places. This loads them into the character, the valid skills, character manager valid skills. Internal skills to char. This gets used here, which should mean internal skills. We also have load attributes. This should be... It should be this, shouldn't it? Oh, this is only used in reload configs. Okay. Yeah. This should go away. That makes these have no usages. Like so. When we get a reload in here... I was gonna... That's alright. This could be... this, except for... that won't work. Which... initialize really feels like the right place for this. It wouldn't be, though. I'm going to think about this a little bit. Right now, nothing's really getting written to them. That's fine. They're just getting the default stuff. We end up putting them in here anyway. So what we could do are there any benefits of having a Ryzen 9 yada yada yada, a high-spec gaming machine basically for programming or software development? No. Not unless you're doing something in a game engine that's pretty heavy, like Unreal or something. then you would need the graphics card for sure and the better processor. So if we were to pull this out, we're putting attribute IDs in there anyway. What do we do, though, if we have a conflict, right? Either we have to take it off the character. So that goes to, like, the self-healing aspect, right? Of how do we fix up when we have boo-boos. Lower value than configured skill starting score. So that's kind of problematic. We probably don't want to delete it, because if you've made a mistake, you want to recover from it, right? Without, like, nuking data. Which is fine in the world where you've got these two separate ideas of the internal and external character. That's not a problem. When we're reloading, it becomes a problem. Because we only have the representation in memory. I mean, I guess we could just trigger pulling them from the database again. So, which should be fine, right? So we can say, what is the stow or the right? Stow character. Yeah, that'll write him to the database, which right now doesn't do anything. I'll actually do that as well, though. So we're going to need... It'll use this, but... When we trained for programming competitions back in the day, people used to train on 386s, even though we already had 486s and Pentiums. 386s were slower, but they exposed errors and unoptimized code. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for writing on a less capable machine. Like, you know, we get that in the... People complain about that in, like, the AAA games industry, right? Where the dev machines are beefy, and they're targeting because, you know, it takes 5-10 years to write a AAA game. They're targeting, like, the bleeding edge when they start, in the theory that it'll be a reasonably high-end computer at the when they ship, right? And so people then complain, like, as soon as it gets released, that, well, you need a NASA computer to run this, you know? Whereas, like, an indie will have more modest hardware, and they target more modest hardware. Kind of the same principle there. Yes, that's the logic the game industry works. Yeah. Which, like, I understand to an extent, right? Like, if you're going to spend a ton of money on a bunch of really great artists to make some really great assets, like, it makes sense to try to show them off, right? If you have the hardware. And it'll also keep your game looking better longer, right? Whereas an indie, like, if you're not a crazy good... Oh, that is a lot of rain that just showed up. Hang on, I gotta close windows. There we go. It started raining sideways, and it was coming in. It came out of nowhere. What was I saying? Yeah, if you're not an indie, with like, and you're not a crazy good 3D artist that's going to spend 5 years making art only, because you eventually want to ship a game, like you're going to target lower end graphics and stuff. That's kind of by nature, right? Close windows. Aren't you running on the next? This guy. Close the windows of my house. The ones that keep the rain out. Yeah, this is gonna be... Oh, yeah, okay, so... Characters, we don't have a right... We have Stowe that needs to call right, but we don't have a right just yet. Intentionally, because I don't want to store any states yet. I want to be able to just put them at 0, and do testing quick. But we're gonna need this. You can take a character. I guess you can return an error. That's fine. To do... this is a stub. Need to implement it. So we can do char, or rather, CM, write character to database, char, right? Then, this will be an error. Error saving current state of character with ID. This. And then this. And that is char ID. And then this is error, which actually is shadowed. There we go. And then we're going to continue. We won't mess with this guy. We had issues saving him. So we don't want to overwrite that data and lose stuff. And let's actually... Skipping this character for reload. We'll indicate that in the log that it was skipped. Then we are going to... Let's see. If we pulled you back out, though... We would need a way to... put all of that data into you. Because we don't want to change this pointer. Other things will be relying on this pointer. Which makes me question, actually. Like, up until we're actually ready to do this, I think we're going to leave this out. We can leave that in, it's fine. It's just a stub. I think right here, we're going to leave this. We're going to log debug. We're going to say... Actually, let's do this. Errors new, not implemented. Like so, right? So here we'll do a to-do. Need to save the current state, then reload relevant config data. And then we'll just say pull character data back from database? Question marks? If I could spell. This can still be error. Char. And this will always be right now an error, and that's fine. Error reloading config for character ID, the ID, the error, char ID error, which will always be not implemented right now, and that's fine. That'll stub that in. We need to think about that a little bit. And why not right now? Now is a good time to think about that reloading, but it has been 4 hours. I went the route of a UI-based incremental game art. I mean, yeah, there's that too, right? You can absolutely skip art in an indie game. But Ubisoft isn't going to put out something like that, right? Okay, yeah. Because it's been 4 hours. So, here, let's throw myself a note. To do. Pick back up here. Figuring out what we want to do about this while we are cleaning up the character. We removed the methods on character to reload skills and attributes and need to replace them. It would actually be nice to be able to hot load a character for development. So it'd be nice to get that in. I'll have to think about it a little bit. But yeah, it's been 4 hours, and that means it's time for me to go make some lunch and do some other stuff for a little bit. So, thank you to everybody who came to hang out with me. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. Twitch, we'll find you guys somebody to raid here really quick, because we got a couple people hanging out. We'll find somebody good to lurk with. But I do this for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. So if you like this kind of nonsense, I'd love to see you again. Come on back tomorrow at about 10 a.m. Central Time. I should be here doing some more of it. I'd love to see you. If not, have a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time. All right, let's find a raid. Let's take a peek. Who who exists. And where's my button? Oh, it's right there. Right in front of my face. I'm blind. Who's on? Who's online? Let's see. Covino is online. Covino's a good time. Covino's a super wholesome guy, and he's working on a cool, swingy, round capture the flag kind of game. So let's go ahead and get that set up here. And we'll go say hi to him. Let's go.